Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain drummed its fingers against the tall windows of 221B Baker Street, each droplet carrying with it the weight of London's evening secrets. Inside the sitting room, the fire crackled with the contentment of a cat that had found the perfect sunny spot, casting dancing shadows that seemed to waltz across the burgundy wallpaper. Holmes sat in his leather armchair, the one that had moulded itself to his angular frame over countless evenings of contemplation, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. The scent of pipe tobacco mingled with the dampness seeping through the old window frames, creating an atmosphere thick with possibility and the peculiar comfort that only comes from being safely indoors while the world outside weeps. But there, leaning against the umbrella stand like a forgotten guest at a party, stood something that didn't quite belong. A black umbrella, its silver handle catching the firelight in a way that suggested it had stories to tell, if only someone knew how to ask the right questions. Watson noticed it first, his practical mind cataloguing it as simply another piece of London's endless parade of misplaced objects. Yet something about the way Holmes's grey eyes lingered on it, the slight tilt of his head that indicated his extraordinary mind had begun to turn its gears, suggested that this ordinary umbrella might prove to be anything but ordinary. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps echoed from the kitchen below, accompanied by the gentle clatter of china that spoke of evening tea being prepared with the precision of a military operation. The sound drifted up through the floorboards like a lullaby, mixing with the rain's persistent rhythm to create a symphony of domestic tranquility that seemed to wrap the entire building in a cocoon of warmth. London in the gaslight era possessed a peculiar magic, a quality that modern cities, for all their electric brilliance, would never quite recapture. The fog that rolled in from the Thames each evening wasn't merely weather. It was London's way of drawing a curtain across the stage of daily life, transforming the familiar into something mysterious and wonderful. Gas lamps bloomed like amber flowers along Baker Street, their light diffused by the mist into soft halos that made every corner seem touched by fairy tale. Horse-drawn carriages clattered over cobblestones that gleamed like scattered coins, their drivers hunched against the weather, their calls to their horses creating a kind of urban poetry that only those who truly listened could appreciate. The Victorian age prided itself on order, on the careful classification of everything from butterfly wings to social standings. Society moved with the precision of clockwork, each person knowing their place in the great machine of civilization. Yet here, in this cluttered sitting room above Baker Street, lived a man who delighted in disorder. Not chaos, mind you, but the beautiful complexity of puzzles waiting to be solved. Holmes represented something that Victorian sensibility both admired and feared, the power of pure intellect to see through the carefully constructed facades that society used to protect its secrets. Watson shifted in his chair, the leather creaking in harmony with the rain's rhythm. He was in many ways the perfect Victorian gentleman, steady, reliable, possessed of that peculiar British ability to remain calm in the face of the inexplicable. His military bearing spoke of service in distant corners of the empire, where men like him had carried civilization's banner into places that didn't particularly want it. Yet there was something wonderfully human about Watson, a warmth that complemented Holmes's brilliant coldness like brandy warming a winter evening. "I say, Holmes," Watson began, his voice carrying the comfortable tone of a conversation that might meander anywhere. "Whose umbrella is that? I don't recall any visitors today, and it's certainly not yours." He gestured toward the mysterious object with his pipe, sending small puffs of tobacco smoke curling toward the ceiling like miniature clouds seeking their way home. Holmes's lips curved into what those who knew him well recognized as the beginning of one of his games. His eyes, which could catalogue 1,000 details in a single glance, swept over the umbrella with the intensity of a conductor studying a new musical score. "Ah, Watson," he said, his voice carrying that particular note of satisfaction that meant he had found something delicious to occupy his restless mind. "You assume it belongs to someone else entirely. But consider this. Perhaps it belongs to everyone and no one, a piece of London's great puzzle that has wandered into our sitting room seeking interpretation." The umbrella stood there, patient as a well-trained servant, its black canopy folded with military precision. The silver handle bore the wear marks of countless hands, the metal smoothed to a gentle shine that spoke of faithful service through London's notorious weather. A small monogram gleamed near the handle's curve, though from this distance the letters remained as mysterious as hieroglyphs on an ancient tomb. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, calling something about the tea being nearly ready, her words blending with the domestic symphony that filled the building like incense fills a cathedral. She had been managing this establishment long enough to develop an almost supernatural ability to anticipate her tenants' needs, arriving with tea precisely when the conversation reached the point where refreshment would be most welcome, appearing with extra blankets just as the evening chill began to creep through the old walls. The sitting room itself seemed to exhale contentment, every object placed with the casual precision of long familiarity. Books leaned against each other on the shelves like old friends sharing secrets, their spines creating a timeline of human knowledge from ancient philosophy to the latest advances in criminal detection. Holmes's violin rested in its case near the window, ready to provide the soundtrack for those moments when only music could express the complexity of thought. The Persian slipper that held his tobacco hung from the mantelpiece like a trophy from some domestic campaign, while his pipes arranged themselves on the side table with the dignity of retired generals. Watson found himself studying the umbrella with growing curiosity, his practical mind beginning to engage with the puzzle it represented. The Victorian era had turned the umbrella from mere protection against weather into a symbol of respectability, a required accessory for any gentleman venturing into London streets. To forget one's umbrella was not merely inconvenient, it was a small social catastrophe that could mark a man as careless or, worse, improperly prepared for life's challenges. The handle suggests quality, Watson mused, settling deeper into his chair as the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows. Silver-plated, I'd say, with what appears to be some form of engraving. The umbrella itself is well maintained, which indicates an owner who takes proper care of his possessions. Yet here it stands, abandoned in our sitting room like a ship without a captain. Holmes's eyebrows rose slightly, a gesture that in the vocabulary of their friendship indicated both approval and gentle amusement. "Very good, Watson. You begin to see the paradox that makes this umbrella interesting. A careful owner who somehow becomes careless enough to leave his prized possession behind. But observe more closely. What does the pattern of wear tell us about its use? What stories do those tiny scratches along the ferrule whisper about the London streets it has navigated?" The fire settled deeper into itself, sending up a shower of sparks that danced like tiny stars before disappearing into the chimney's darkness. The room seemed to grow more intimate as the evening deepened, the rain creating a natural barrier between the cosy interior and the wet world beyond. This was London at its most atmospheric, when the great city transformed from a bustling metropolis into something approaching a fairy tale, all gaslight and shadow, mystery and possibility. Outside their windows, Baker Street conducted its nightly transformation. The afternoon's bustling commerce gave way to a more contemplative rhythm. Lamplighters moved like priests conducting vespers, their long poles reaching up to kindle the gas flames that would guide London through another night. The wet cobblestones reflected each flame, creating a double street of light that seemed to stretch into infinity. Hansoms clattered past at irregular intervals, their passengers glimpsed through rain-streaked windows like characters in a penny. Dreadful, each carrying their own stories of love, loss, ambition, and quiet desperation. The social architecture of Victorian London revealed itself most clearly in the evening hours, when the great city sorted itself into its various tribes and territories. In Mayfair, drawing rooms glowed with the warm light of privilege, where conversations moved with the practiced elegance of minuets, and every word carried the weight of generations. In the East End, public houses swelled with the voices of working men seeking warmth and companionship after days that began before dawn and ended well after sunset. And here, in the middle ground of Baker Street, lived those curious individuals who belonged fully to neither world, consulting detectives and army, doctors, landladies who had learned to appreciate eccentricity, and the endless parade of clients who brought their troubles to Holmes's door like pilgrims seeking salvation. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps approached the sitting-room door, accompanied by the musical arrangement of china and silver that announced the arrival of evening tea. She entered with the quiet efficiency of someone who had perfected the art of domestic management through decades of practice, her grey hair neatly arranged beneath a lace cap that had survived countless London seasons. The tea service she carried, a wedding gift from her first employer, she had once confided to Watson during one of Holmes's longer absences, gleamed with the soft lustre of well-cared-for silver, each piece reflecting the firelight like small mirrors capturing and multiplying warmth. "Gentlemen," she said, settling the tray on the small table between their chairs, with the precision of a chess master making a crucial move. "I've brought your tea," and I couldn't help but notice we seemed to have acquired a visitor. Her eyes twinkled as she glanced toward the mysterious umbrella, her expression suggesting that she too found the situation rather amusing. There was something delightfully conspiratorial about Mrs. Hudson's manner when she participated in their investigations, as though she were an accomplished actress stepping into a familiar role. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his attention focusing on Mrs. Hudson, with the intensity he usually reserved for particularly intriguing evidence. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson, you speak as though the umbrella arrived of its own volition, seeking shelter from the storm like some lost soul in a Gothic novel. Tell me, when did you first notice our uninvited guest?" Mrs. Hudson poured the tea with movements that spoke of decades of practice, the amber liquid falling in perfect arcs that caught the light like liquid gold. The ritual of tea service in a proper Victorian household was both art and science, requiring precise timing, proper temperature, and an almost mystical understanding of how much milk and sugar each individual preferred. Mrs. Hudson had mastered these subtle requirements long ago, transforming the simple act of pouring tea into something approaching a sacred ceremony. "It was there when I came up to collect your lunch dishes, Mr. Holmes," she replied, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone delivering useful information. "Standing just as you see it now, proper as you please, as if it had every right to make itself at home in our sitting room. I assumed it belonged to one of your morning visitors, though I must say, I don't recall anyone carrying an umbrella when they departed." The mystery deepened like shadows at twilight, each new piece of information adding layers rather than clarity. Watson accepted his tea with the grateful expression of a man who understood that some of life's greatest pleasures lay in simple rituals performed with attention and care. The cup warmed his hands through its delicate porcelain walls, the steam rising from its surface carrying with it the comforting aroma of Earl Grey, mixed with just enough milk to soften its edges without diminishing its character. Watson had developed, over the years of their partnership, an appreciation for the way domestic routines provided structure and comfort around the edges of their more dramatic adventures. The reliable appearance of Mrs. Hudson's tea at precisely the right moment, the familiar weight of his favourite cup in his hands, the gentle ceremony of adding sugar and stirring. These small rituals created islands of stability in lives that were otherwise given to the unexpected and sometimes dangerous. "Most curious," Watson observed, settling back into his chair with the satisfaction of a man engaging with a puzzle worthy of his attention. "An umbrella that appears without an owner, lingering in our sitting room like a ghost at a dinner party. It suggests either a remarkably absent-minded visitor or..." He paused, his eyes meeting Holmes's with the shared understanding that came from years of solving mysteries together. That peculiar telepathy that develops between minds that have learned to work in harmony. Holmes's smile broadened, revealing the boyish delight that emerged whenever he encountered a problem that promised to exercise his considerable mental faculties. It was this quality, the way complex puzzles seemed to restore something youthful and eager to Holmes's often austere demeanour, that had first drawn Watson to his remarkable flatmate and continued to provide some of their friendship's most rewarding moments. Or a visitor whose departure was so precipitous that mundane concerns like umbrellas were forgotten in favour of more pressing matters. Holmes continued, his voice taking on the rhythm of logical analysis that Watson had come to associate with his friend's most interesting deductions. "Mrs. Hudson, you mentioned morning visitors. Can you recall who graced us with their presence today?" Mrs. Hudson settled into the third chair, accepting Holmes's implicit invitation to join their evening consultation. Her presence transformed the gathering from two gentlemen puzzling over an oddity into something more intimate, a small family circle sharing the comfortable ritual of solving life's minor mysteries over tea. This was one of the qualities that made Baker Street feel like home rather than mere lodgings. The way Mrs. Hudson moved seamlessly between her role as landlady and her position as trusted confidant and collaborator. "Let me think," she said, her fingers drumming against her teacup in a rhythm that matched the rain's persistent tapping against the windows. There was young Timothy from the newspaper, collecting payment for the month's subscription. Though that boy moves so quickly, I wonder if his feet ever properly touch the ground. Mrs. Pemberton from the ground floor came by asking about her missing cat, though I suspect that creature is simply exploring the neighbourhood's more interesting dustbins. That animal has shown more initiative in 1 week than some people manage in a lifetime. She paused, her eyes taking on the distant look of someone reaching back through the day's accumulated memories, sorting through the various comings and goings that marked the rhythm of London life. Outside, a hansom cab clattered past, its wheels creating small symphonies of splash and rattle that added to the evening's atmospheric soundtrack. The gas lamps flickered slightly in their sconces, their flames dancing in response to draughts that crept through the old building's countless small gaps and crevices, those inevitable imperfections that gave character to structures that had sheltered generations of London's inhabitants. And there was Mr. Whitmore, Mrs. Hudson concluded with the satisfaction of someone who had successfully retrieved a temporarily misplaced memory, from the insurance company, asking questions about that business with the stolen jewellery from Grosvenor Square. He seemed rather agitated, I must say, checking his pocket watch repeatedly and glancing toward the window, as though expecting someone to arrive at any moment. Not the usual sort of composure one associates with insurance gentlemen, who typically present themselves as monuments to reliability and measured judgment. Holmes's eyes sharpened with the focused intensity of a hawk spotting movement in tall grass. This was the expression Watson had learned to recognise as the first sign that Holmes's extraordinary mind was beginning to engage seriously with a problem. That moment when scattered observations began to arrange themselves into patterns that might eventually reveal hidden truths. "Whitmore, you say?" Holmes mused, his hands moving as he spoke, sketching the remembered figure in the air with gestures that somehow conveyed not just physical description, but personality and character. Tall fellow, greying at the temples, with the particular posture that comes from spending one's life hunched over account books and actuarial tables. The sort of man who counts his change twice and checks that his door is properly locked before retiring each evening. "That's the one," Mrs. Hudson confirmed, nodding with the satisfaction of someone whose memory had proved reliable under examination. Nervous sort of gentleman, if you ask me. The type who would probably count his coins twice and check his door locks 3 times before retiring. Yet he seemed genuinely distressed about something today, more so than one would expect from routine insurance inquiries. There was something almost furtive about his manner, as though he were carrying information that made him uncomfortable. Watson found himself studying the umbrella with renewed interest, his medical training having taught him to observe symptoms and deduce underlying conditions. The principles of diagnosis, careful observation, systematic analysis, the recognition of patterns, applied as readily to human behaviour as to physical ailments. The umbrella's position against the stand suggested hasty placement rather than careful arrangement, as though someone had needed to free their hands quickly for more important tasks. If it belongs to Whitmore, Watson mused aloud, then his departure must have been rather sudden indeed. Insurance men are typically methodical fellows, not given to forgetting essential accessories, particularly items that serve both practical and social functions. A gentleman's umbrella is not merely protection against the weather, it's a badge of respectability, a signal that one takes proper care of one's self and one's possessions. The tea warmed them from within, while the fire warmed them from without, creating layers of comfort that seemed to insulate them from both the weather and the larger world's concerns. This was one of those perfect London evenings when time seemed to slow, when the simple pleasure of good company and interesting conversation created its own pocket of contentment in the vast urban sprawl beyond their windows. The rain continued its gentle percussion, transforming Baker Street into something from a storybook, all mystery and gaslight, and the promise of secrets waiting to be unravelled. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a cat deciding to investigate an interesting sound, his long frame unfolding like a piece of precise machinery, designed for the specific purpose of examining evidence. He approached the umbrella with the respectful attention he might give to a witness in a particularly complex case, his grey eyes cataloguing details with the systematic thoroughness that had made him London's most celebrated consulting detective. The gaslight caught the silver fittings of the umbrella as Holmes examined it, sending small reflections dancing across the ceiling like captured stars. Every object in Baker Street seemed to possess its own character under Holmes's scrutiny, transformed from mundane possession into potential evidence, from simple tool into storyteller. This was perhaps Holmes's greatest gift, the ability to see significance where others saw only the ordinary, to read the stories that objects told about their owners' lives, habits, circumstances and secrets. "Observe, Watson," Holmes said, his voice taking on the instructional tone that indicated he was about to demonstrate the art of deduction for their mutual edification. The handle bears not merely wear from use, but specific patterns that tell us about its owner's habits and circumstances. His finger traced the silver surface without quite touching it, following lines of wear that were invisible to less trained eyes, but spoke volumes to someone who understood how to interpret such subtle evidence. The monogram, viewed from this closer angle, resolved itself into the initials RR, engraved in an ornate script that spoke of Victorian craftsmanship at its most elaborate. The letters intertwined with decorative flourishes that transformed simple identification into minor artwork, the kind of personal touch that elevated everyday objects into small treasures. The engraving showed signs of regular polishing, suggesting an owner who took pride in maintaining his possessions in perfect condition. "RW," Watson observed, joining Holmes beside the umbrella stand and adjusting his own position to catch the light properly. "Assuming our theory about Mr. Whitmore is correct, what would the R represent? Richard? Robert? Reginald?" Each possibility seemed to hang in the air like notes in a musical chord waiting for resolution. Holmes's examination continued with the methodical thoroughness of a scientist studying a new species, his attention moving from the handle to the umbrella's fabric, from the metal fittings to the small imperfections that marked it as a tool used rather than merely ornamental. The black silk showed subtle variations in colour that spoke of exposure to London's particular variety of precipitation, while the ribs displayed the kind of minute stress marks that accumulated through regular deployment and careful folding. The fabric shows signs of frequent exposure to London's notorious weather, Holmes noted, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone discovering expected evidence. Notice the slight fading along the ribs, indicating regular use rather than occasional deployment. This is not a fair weather umbrella, Watson, but a working implement in the ongoing battle against our city's determination to remain perpetually damp. Mrs. Hudson watched their examination with the fond indulgence of someone observing familiar rituals, her expression suggesting that she found their methods both admirable and slightly amusing. There was something deeply satisfying about watching Holmes and Watson work together, the way their different approaches to observation and analysis complemented each other to create insights that neither could achieve alone. "You gentlemen could find mystery in a cup of tea," she observed, though her tone carried affection rather than criticism. Though I must admit there's something rather satisfying about watching you work your particular magic on even the simplest puzzles. It's like watching master craftsmen practice their trade, turning what appears ordinary into something extraordinary through the application of skill and attention. The room seemed to settle around them like a comfortable shawl, the combination of lamplight, firelight, and the soft sound of rain, creating an atmosphere that encouraged both contemplation and conversation. This was Baker Street at its finest, not merely an address, but a sanctuary where the mind's highest functions could operate without interference from the world's more mundane demands. The sitting room had witnessed countless such evenings over the years, each one adding to its store of memories and deepening its character as a place where mysteries came to be solved and friendships deepened through shared intellectual adventure. Holmes returned to his chair, carrying with him the air of someone who had gathered sufficient evidence to begin forming theories. His pipe appeared in his hand as though summoned by thought alone, and soon the familiar ritual of lighting and first draws added its own layer to the room's comfortable complexity of aromas and sounds. The tobacco smoke curled upward in lazy spirals, creating temporary patterns in the air that seemed to mirror the detective's thought processes, complex, ever-changing, but following hidden rules that only he fully understood. The evidence suggests, Holmes began, settling into the rhythm of explanation that Watson had come to associate with his friend's most interesting deductions. A man of middle years and comfortable circumstances, careful with his possessions yet capable of distraction when confronted with matters of sufficient import. The wear patterns indicate right-handed use, with particular attention paid to maintenance. This umbrella has been regularly cleaned and cared for, suggesting an owner who values order and proper appearance. Watson found himself drawn into the familiar dance of question and explanation that had become one of their friendship's most reliable pleasures. These moments of shared analysis represented something precious, the meeting of minds that had learned to work in harmony, each contributing unique perspectives to create understanding that transcended what either could achieve alone. Yet he left it behind, Watson pointed out, settling back into his chair with the satisfaction of contributing to the investigation. What circumstances could cause such a methodical person to abandon his protection against London's weather? Particularly on a day when rain was clearly threatening, any sensible person would have noted the atmospheric conditions and planned accordingly. The answer came not from Holmes, but from the sound of footsteps on Baker Street, growing louder as they approached their door. Heavy, measured steps that spoke of purpose rather than casual strolling, accompanied by the particular rhythm of someone walking quickly through rain while trying to maintain dignity and composure. The footsteps had a quality of urgency about them, suggesting someone driven by concern rather than mere convenience. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances that conveyed volumes of shared understanding. In their years of partnership, they had developed an almost telepathic ability to communicate anticipation, amusement, and curiosity through subtle expressions that required no words. The umbrella suddenly seemed less like abandoned property and more like a player in an unfolding drama, waiting for its cue to rejoin the action. The steps slowed as they reached their building, followed by the distant sound of the front door opening and closing with the decisive finality of someone who had made up his mind to confront an embarrassing situation. Mrs. Hudson's voice rose from below in greeting, though the words were indistinct at this distance. The tone, however, suggested recognition mixed with mild surprise, the vocal equivalent of seeing someone return unexpectedly to retrieve something they had forgotten. "Gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson called from below, her voice carrying up the stairs with news that somehow managed to sound both expected and surprising. "Mr. Whitmore has returned. He seems rather concerned about something he believes he may have left behind during his earlier visit." Holmes's laugh was the sound of someone delighting in the universe's tendency toward elegant coincidence, that quality that made reality more interesting than fiction could ever manage to be. There was something particularly satisfying about moments when theoretical deduction met practical confirmation, when careful reasoning proved itself against the test of actual events. "Watson," Holmes said, rising from his chair with renewed energy, "I believe our mystery is about to resolve itself in the most satisfactory manner possible, But shall we allow it to do so immediately, or might we first enjoy the pleasure of demonstrating how much we've learned from our silent witness? The footsteps on the stairs grew closer, accompanied by the slightly breathless quality that suggested Mr. Whitmore had hurried through the rain-soaked streets with more urgency than was entirely comfortable for a man of his years and constitution. There was something almost musical about the rhythm of his ascent, measured, deliberate, but with an underlying tension that spoke of someone steeling himself for a potentially awkward conversation. Watson found himself smiling in anticipation of the small drama about to unfold, the kind of gentle entertainment that made London evenings memorable long after the rain had stopped and the mysteries had been solved. These moments of human connection, when strangers became temporary friends through shared experience, represented the unexpected pleasures of their unusual domestic arrangements. Mrs. Hudson appeared at the door, followed by a figure that matched perfectly the description Holmes had provided earlier. Mr. Whitmore was indeed tall, with greying temples and the slightly stooped posture that came from years spent hunched over paperwork and accounts. His dark coat gleamed with raindrops that caught the gaslight like scattered diamonds, and his face wore the expression of a man who had discovered an important oversight and was hoping desperately that it could be corrected without too much embarrassment. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, removing his hat with the automatic courtesy that marked him as a gentleman of the old school. "I do apologise most profusely for disturbing your evening, but I fear I may have left something behind during my earlier visit. An umbrella. A rather personal item that belonged to my late father. I realise it may seem presumptuous to return for such a mundane object, but it has considerable sentimental value beyond its practical function." Holmes gestured toward the umbrella stand with a flourish that somehow managed to be both theatrical and warmly welcoming. The movement seemed to transform their sitting room into a stage set for a particularly satisfying denouement, with the mysterious umbrella as the central prop around which the evening's entertainment would revolve. "Mr. Whitmore, you need not apologise for retrieving property that is rightfully yours," Holmes replied, his voice carrying the warmth of genuine hospitality mixed with intellectual curiosity. "Indeed, your umbrella has been providing us with a most entertaining evening's occupation. We've been attempting to deduce various details about its owner, and I confess to being curious whether our conclusions prove accurate when tested against reality." Mr. Whitmore's expression shifted from embarrassment to intrigue, the kind of look that appeared on people's faces when they realised they had stumbled into something more interesting than they had expected. His eyes moved from Holmes to Watson to the umbrella itself, as though trying to understand how such an ordinary object could have generated enough interest to occupy 3 intelligent people for an entire evening. "You've been investigating my umbrella?" he asked, his voice carrying a mixture of amazement and genuine curiosity. "How extraordinary! I must confess to being rather curious about your conclusions, though I fear my own life is far too ordinary to provide much material for the kind of deduction I've heard attributed to your methods. Mr. Holmes," Watson gestured to the chair that Mrs. Hudson had vacated to welcome their visitor, the invitation carrying the warmth of people who genuinely enjoyed welcoming unexpected guests into their circle. "Please, make yourself comfortable, Mr. Whitmore. I assure you that nothing is too ordinary to escape Holmes's attention when he sets his mind to observation. We found your umbrella to be quite eloquent about its owner's character and circumstances." The insurance man settled into the offered chair with the grateful expression of someone who had expected a brief, awkward conversation, and instead found himself invited into what appeared to be a pleasant social gathering. His posture gradually relaxed as he realised that his hosts were treating his return not as an intrusion, but as an opportunity for entertainment and intellectual exercise. Mrs. Hudson, demonstrating the supernatural efficiency that made her indispensable to the Baker Street household, had already appeared with an additional teacup and was pouring tea for their unexpected guest. The ritual of hospitality seemed to complete the transformation of their gathering from chance encounter into deliberate social occasion, creating the kind of comfortable atmosphere that encouraged confidence and open conversation. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his eyes bright with the anticipation of someone about to demonstrate a particularly satisfying piece of reasoning. "Let me begin with what the umbrella itself tells us, Mr. Whitmore. and you can judge the accuracy of its testimony. The initials R.W. suggest your Christian name begins with R. Richard, perhaps, or Robert. The quality of the silverwork and the umbrella's overall construction indicate comfortable circumstances, while the pattern of wear suggests regular use by someone who takes proper care of his possessions. Mr. Whitmore's eyebrows rose with the surprise of someone hearing familiar truths presented from an entirely unexpected angle. Richard Whitmore, yes, though most people call me Dick. The umbrella was indeed my father's Richard Whitmore Sr., and I've carried it daily since his passing 3 years ago. He was most particular about maintaining his possessions in proper condition, a habit he attempted to instill in his rather more careless son with varying degrees of success. "Ah, but you underestimate yourself, Holmes," continued, clearly enjoying the opportunity to display his methods in a context where they could provide entertainment rather than solve crimes or expose criminals. "The umbrella's condition suggests that you have inherited more of your father's careful nature than you realise. The regular cleaning, the attention to small repairs, the proper storage, these speak of someone who honours memory through proper stewardship of inherited treasures." The compliment brought a flush of pleasure to Mr. Whitmore's cheeks, the kind of warmth that comes from having one's better qualities recognised by perceptive observers. Watson found himself studying their visitor with renewed interest, noting the way the man's posture had relaxed as he settled into their comfortable circle, transforming from an embarrassed petitioner into an engaged participant in their evening's entertainment. The transformation was typical of what happened when people encountered Holmes's methods in friendly, rather than adversarial circumstances. Instead of feeling exposed or vulnerable under his intense observation, they found themselves appreciated and understood in ways that made them feel more interesting and valuable than they had imagined possible. "But tell me, Mr. Whitmore," Holmes continued, his tone shifting slightly to accommodate a more serious line of inquiry, "what circumstances led to your precipitous departure this afternoon? Mrs. Hudson mentioned that you seemed rather more agitated than one might expect from routine insurance matters, checking your watch with the frequency of a man expecting either very good news or very bad news." Mr. Whitmore's expression grew thoughtful, his fingers drumming against his teacup in a rhythm that suggested internal deliberation about how much to reveal to these new acquaintances. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, creating a natural soundtrack for confidential conversation, the kind of atmospheric backdrop that encouraged honesty and discouraged pretense. There was something about the combination of warm firelight, comfortable chairs, and the sound of rain that made even the most reserved individuals inclined toward openness. "It's rather embarrassing, actually," he admitted, glancing around the circle of interested faces with the expression of someone deciding to trust new acquaintances with personal concerns. "The Grosvenor Square jewellery theft, you're familiar with the case, I'm sure, given your reputation for involvement in such matters. Our company insured several of the stolen pieces, and I've been investigating the circumstances surrounding the theft for our own purposes." Holmes nodded encouragingly, his expression indicating both professional interest and personal curiosity. The intersection of insurance fraud and criminal investigation was familiar territory for someone of his specialised interests, though he typically approached such cases from the criminal rather than the commercial perspective. The insurance industry's methodical approach to investigating suspicious claims often uncovered patterns that complemented his own more intuitive methods. "I was reviewing the details of our investigation this morning," Mr. Whitmore continued, "when I received a message that seemed to suggest, well, that perhaps the theft was not quite as straightforward as it initially appeared. The message requested a meeting, rather urgently, and I'm afraid the prospect of potentially valuable information caused me to abandon normal courtesies in favour of haste." Individuals. Watson leaned forward with the engaged attention of someone whose professional background had taught him to recognise the signs of genuine concern mixed with professional excitement. "And did this urgent meeting provide the information you hoped for?" Mr. Whitmore's laugh carried the rueful note of someone whose expectations had been thoroughly disappointed by reality. "I'm afraid it proved to be nothing more than the fevered imagination of someone who had read too many sensation novels and convinced himself that he had stumbled upon a conspiracy worthy of Wilkie Collins." The meeting consisted largely of vague hints and mysterious suggestions that led nowhere except to the conclusion that I had wasted an afternoon chasing shadows and disrupting my normal schedule for no good purpose. Holmes's expression suggested that he found this conclusion neither surprising nor particularly disappointing. London seemed to attract individuals who mistook ordinary coincidence for sinister conspiracy, who confused the natural complexity of urban life with deliberate criminal plotting. Still, the willingness to pursue even unlikely leads spoke well of professional thoroughness, the kind of systematic approach that occasionally uncovered genuine discoveries among the false alarms. The perennial challenge of separating genuine mystery from manufactured intrigue. Holmes observed with the air of someone speaking from considerable experience. London seems to breed who mistake coincidence for conspiracy and ordinary human fallibility for criminal masterminding. Still, your willingness to pursue even unlikely leads speaks well of your professional thoroughness and dedication to your client's interests. The evening was settling into that perfect rhythm that made London winters bearable. The combination of warmth, comfort, interesting company, and the satisfaction of watching a small mystery resolve itself into something both sensible and amusing. Mrs. Hudson moved quietly around the edges of their gathering, refreshing teacups and adjusting the fire with the unobtrusive efficiency that made their domestic arrangement so perfectly comfortable. Outside, London continued its evening transformation. The last traces of daylight faded from the sky, leaving the gas lamps to create their own landscape of light and shadow. The rain had settled into a steady, gentle rhythm that spoke of a storm content to continue through the night without urgency or violence. Occasionally a hansom would splash past, its occupants visible for a moment as silhouettes against the lamplit interior before disappearing again into the darkness. But surely, Watson observed with the air of someone pursuing an interesting tangent, the insurance investigation has revealed some genuinely intriguing aspects of the theft. Jewellery thefts of that magnitude rarely prove to be entirely straightforward affairs, particularly when they involve collections of significant value and social prominence. Mr. Whitmore's expression brightened with the look of someone being given permission to discuss professional matters that had been occupying his thoughts for weeks. There was something deeply satisfying about having one's expertise recognised and appreciated, particularly by individuals whose own professional competence was widely acknowledged. Indeed, there are several aspects that continue to puzzle our investigators, he replied, settling into his chair with the satisfaction of someone whose professional expertise was being properly appreciated. The selection of items taken, for instance. The thief passed over several pieces of greater monetary value in favour of items that, while certainly valuable, seemed chosen according to some criterion other than simple worth or ease of disposal. Holmes's attention sharpened with the focused intensity that appeared whenever he encountered evidence of planning and intelligence in criminal activity. The random opportunist was far less interesting than the calculating criminal who operated according to systematic principles, whose choices revealed patterns that could be analysed and eventually predicted. Fascinating, Holmes mused, his pipe sending up contemplative spirals of smoke. Items chosen for their specific qualities rather than their general value suggest either highly specialised knowledge or very particular requirements on the part of the thief. What characteristics did the selected pieces share? The conversation was taking on the quality of a professional consultation, though one conducted in an atmosphere of comfortable sociability that made even serious matters feel approachable and engaging. The rain had settled into a steady rhythm that provided a natural backdrop for extended discussion, while the fire's warmth created a circle of intimacy that encouraged confidence and detailed explanation. All of the taken pieces shared certain characteristics, Mr. Whitmore explained, his voice taking on the precise tone of someone accustomed to presenting complex information clearly and systematically. They were relatively small, easily transportable, and this is the curious part, all were acquired by their owners within the past 5 years. The thief left behind several pieces of considerably greater age and value, including some items that have been in the Pembroke family for generations. Watson found himself mentally cataloguing these details with the systematic approach that medical training had taught him to apply to complex problems. The ability to identify patterns in seemingly unrelated symptoms was a skill that transferred readily from medicine to criminal investigation, though the stakes were usually somewhat different. Recent acquisitions, Watson mused aloud, which suggests either that the thief was specifically targeting items from particular sources, or that newer pieces possessed some quality that older ones lacked. Perhaps documentation, provenance, or some other characteristic that made them more suitable for the thief's particular purposes. Holmes had begun to pace, a sure sign that his mind was engaging fully with the puzzle presented by Mr. Whitmore's information. His movements around the sitting room followed familiar patterns, decades of thinking while walking, having worn invisible paths in the Persian carpet that guided his steps without conscious direction. The rhythm of his movements seemed to help organise his thoughts, creating a physical counterpoint to the mental processes that were his greatest strength. The pattern suggests knowledge, Holmes observed, his voice carrying the note of satisfaction that indicated he was beginning to perceive connections that had previously remained hidden. Not merely knowledge of the household's routines or security arrangements, but specific information about the jewellery collection itself. Someone who knew not just what was available for theft, but which pieces would serve their particular purposes most effectively. Mr. Whitmore nodded with the enthusiastic agreement of someone whose own theories were being validated by expert analysis. Precisely our conclusion. The theft was not opportunistic, but carefully planned, and the planning required access to detailed information about the collection that would not have been available to casual observers or even to most of the household staff. The sitting room seemed to hum with intellectual energy, the kind of atmosphere that emerged when intelligent minds engaged seriously with interesting problems. Outside, London continued its evening routines, carriages splashing through puddles, pedestrians hurrying between the pools of gaslight, the great city conducting its complex symphony of urban life. But here, in this warm circle of lamplight and conversation, the focus had narrowed to the satisfying pursuit of truth through careful reasoning and systematic analysis. Mrs. Hudson reappeared with a plate of her excellent biscuits, the kind of thoughtful addition that transformed a casual conversation into a proper evening gathering. The biscuits were still warm from the oven, their surface golden and promising, arranged on her second-best china with the attention to presentation that marked her as someone who understood that small pleasures deserved careful attention and proper ceremony. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said, accepting a biscuit with the gratitude of someone whose mind was so occupied with interesting problems that he had forgotten about more mundane concerns like hunger. You continue to demonstrate why Baker Street represents the pinnacle of London domestic management. Your timing, as always, is impeccable. She beamed with the satisfaction of someone whose professional expertise was being properly appreciated, though her expression also carried a hint of motherly concern about gentlemen who became so absorbed in conversation that they forgot to eat properly. "It's no trouble at all, Mr. Holmes. I could hear that your discussion had settled into the serious phase, and serious discussions require proper refreshment if they're to be conducted with the attention they deserve." Mr. Whitmore accepted his biscuit with the appreciation of someone who had not expected his evening errand to develop into such pleasant entertainment. "Mrs. Hudson, these are absolutely delicious. You've managed to transform what I expected to be a brief, embarrassing conversation into one of the most interesting evenings I've had in months." The compliment brought another flush of pleasure to Mrs. Hudson's cheeks, and she settled back into her chair with the satisfaction of someone whose efforts were being properly appreciated. The evening had developed the quality of a small party, the kind of impromptu gathering that created memories and strengthened the bonds between people who might otherwise remain mere acquaintances. Holmes returned to his pacing, though at a more leisurely pace that suggested contemplation rather than agitation. "Mr. Whitmore, your insurance investigation must have identified the sources from which the Pembroke family acquired their recent additions to the collection. Might those sources provide clues to how someone obtained detailed knowledge of specific pieces?" Mr. Whitmore's expression grew thoughtful, his brow furrowing with the effort of recalling complex details from his professional files. The insurance industry generated vast amounts of documentation for every significant claim, creating paper trails that could be invaluable for investigators who understood how to interpret them properly. The purchases were made through several different dealers, he replied slowly. Though most were concentrated in a relatively small area of London's jewellery district, Hatton Garden primarily, with a few pieces acquired through private sales arranged by mutual acquaintances within the collecting community. Watson found himself thinking about the social networks that surrounded valuable collections, the intricate web of dealers, appraisers, craftsmen, and collectors that made the jewellery trade possible. Such networks operated on trust and reputation built over generations, creating relationships that could last decades and span multiple families. Such a network would provide numerous opportunities for information to circulate among people with professional interest in valuable pieces, Watson observed. A craftsman who repaired or modified a piece might remember its distinctive characteristics. A dealer who'd handled similar items might recognise the specific qualities that made certain pieces more desirable than others. The conversation was developing the satisfying complexity of a well-orchestrated musical performance, each participant contributing themes and variations that enriched the overall composition. Holmes's pacing provided a steady rhythm, while the others' contributions added harmony and counterpoint to create something more interesting than any individual voice could produce alone. The jewellery district operates on relationships built over generations, Mr. Whitmore agreed, his professional experience lending authority to his observations. Information flows through those networks with remarkable efficiency, though usually in service of legitimate business rather than criminal enterprise. Still, someone with connections to multiple dealers and craftsmen could potentially gather detailed knowledge about specific collections without arousing suspicion. Holmes paused in his pacing, his attention focusing with laser intensity on a particular aspect of Mr. Whitmore's statement. Multiple dealers, he repeated, his voice carrying the note of someone who had just noticed a significant detail. Mr. Whitmore, were the dealers involved in the Pembroke acquisitions connected in any way beyond their general participation in London's jewellery trade? Mr. Whitmore's expression shifted from thoughtfulness to something approaching excitement, the look of someone who realised that a casual observation might have greater significance than originally apparent. Now that you mention it, there were certain connections that we noted during our investigation. 3 of the 5 dealers from whom the Pembrokes made purchases had employed the same appraiser for insurance valuations, a Mr. Cornelius Ashford, who has built quite a reputation for expertise in evaluating recent acquisitions. Watson felt the familiar thrill that came when pieces of a puzzle began clicking into place with satisfying precision. An appraiser would have access to detailed information about multiple collections, legitimate reasons for examining pieces closely, and professional relationships that would allow him to ask questions without arousing suspicion. The sitting room seemed to vibrate with the energy of discovery, that particular quality of excitement that emerged when careful reasoning began revealing hidden patterns in apparently random events. The rain continued its gentle accompaniment, while the fire settled deeper into its coals, creating an atmosphere that perfectly complemented the satisfaction of watching a mystery resolve itself through logical analysis. Holmes had stopped pacing entirely, his attention now focused with complete intensity on the theoretical construction they were building together. An appraiser, he mused, who could examine pieces legitimately, photograph them for insurance purposes, create detailed records of their characteristics and value, and develop comprehensive knowledge of which items would be most suitable for specific criminal purposes. Mr. Whitmore was leaning forward in his chair with the engaged attention of someone whose professional instincts were fully aroused. Mr. Holmes, do you truly think it possible that Ashford could be connected to the theft? He's been conducting insurance appraisals for nearly 15 years, with an apparently spotless reputation for honesty and expertise. His evaluations are considered among the most reliable in London. Holmes's smile carried the satisfaction of someone who had identified a promising line of investigation while remaining appropriately cautious about drawing premature conclusions. I think it possible that someone with Ashford's access to information and legitimate reasons for detailed examination could provide valuable intelligence to criminal associates, whether knowingly or unknowingly. The pattern you've identified certainly merits further investigation. The evening had transformed from casual entertainment into something approaching a professional consultation, though one conducted in an atmosphere of warmth and mutual respect that made even serious matters feel approachable and engaging. Mrs. Hudson listened to their discussion with the intelligent attention of someone who understood that important work could emerge from the most unexpected circumstances. "Gentlemen," she interjected gently, "I hope you'll forgive an old woman's curiosity, but might there be a way to investigate this Mr. Ashford without alerting him to your suspicions? It seems to me that if he's involved in criminal activities, approaching him directly could prove both dangerous and counterproductive." Holmes turned toward her with the respectful attention he always gave to Mrs. Hudson's observations, his expression indicating that he valued her practical wisdom as much as he appreciated her domestic management. "Mrs. Hudson, your concern is both well-founded and strategically sound. Any investigation of someone in Ashford's position would need to be conducted with considerable subtlety, using methods that appear to serve legitimate purposes while actually gathering intelligence about his activities and associations." Watson found himself thinking about the challenge of investigating someone whose professional position provided natural protection against casual inquiry. An appraiser's work involves confidential relationships with clients who value discretion above almost all other considerations. Any investigation would need to account for the legitimate secrecy that surrounds his professional activities while identifying patterns that might indicate criminal involvement. Mr. Whitmore was nodding with the thoughtful expression of someone whose professional experience provided insight into the complexities they were discussing. The insurance industry maintains extensive records of appraisers' work, though accessing those records for investigative purposes would require considerable justification and careful attention to legal requirements. Still, patterns of unusual activity might be detectable through systematic analysis of publicly available information. The conversation had developed the quality of a strategic planning session, though one conducted in surroundings that encouraged creative thinking rather than rigid adherence to conventional approaches. The warmth of the fire, the comfort of good tea and excellent biscuits, and the security of their intimate circle created conditions that allowed minds to work freely and imaginations to explore possibilities that might not emerge in more formal settings. Holmes had resumed his pacing, though at the measured pace of someone working through complex logistical challenges rather than wrestling with theoretical problems. The approach would need to be indirect, he mused, his voice carrying the tone of someone thinking aloud rather than delivering formal conclusions. Perhaps through examination of Ashford's professional associations, his patterns of business activity, or the social networks in which he moves. "Social networks," Watson repeated, his medical training having taught him to pay attention to seemingly casual phrases that might contain important insights. The jewellery trade operates largely through personal relationships and social connections. An appraiser's effectiveness depends not just on technical expertise, but on his ability to maintain trust with dealers, collectors, and other professionals in the field. Mr. Whitmore's expression brightened with the look of someone who had just recalled potentially valuable information. "There's a professional association, the London Guild of Jewellery Appraisers, that maintains detailed records of its members' activities, professional certifications, and ethical standing. Ashford has been a member for over a decade, and their records might provide insight into his professional relationships and business patterns." Holmes paused in his pacing, his attention focusing on Mr. Whitmore with renewed interest. Guild records would provide excellent cover for investigation, a perfectly legitimate reason for someone in your position to request detailed information about an appraiser's professional background and current standing. Such inquiries would appear routine rather than suspicious. The rain had settled into an even steadier rhythm, creating a natural white noise that seemed to insulate their gathering from the outside world while encouraging the kind of detailed, confidential discussion that was developing around their circle. London beyond their windows continued its evening routines, but here in the warmth of Baker Street the focus had narrowed to the satisfying pursuit of truth through careful planning and systematic investigation. Mrs. Hudson rose from her chair with the quiet efficiency that marked all her movements, beginning to collect the tea service with the same attention to detail she brought to all her domestic responsibilities. "I'll leave you gentlemen to your planning," she said, though her tone suggested interest rather than dismissal. "Though I do hope you'll keep me informed of your progress." It's not often that Baker Street becomes involved in mysteries that begin with something as simple as a forgotten umbrella. Holmes's expression conveyed both gratitude and affection as he watched her careful arrangement of china and silver. "Mrs. Hudson, your umbrella observation started this entire investigation. Should our theories prove correct, you'll deserve considerable credit for recognising that even the most ordinary objects can provide extraordinary insights when viewed by sufficiently observant eyes." The compliment brought a flush of pleasure to Mrs. Hudson's cheeks, and she paused in her collection duties to give Holmes one of her particularly warm smiles. "Mr. Holmes, you do have a way of making an old woman feel that her small contributions matter in your grand schemes. Though I suppose that's part of what makes you such an effective detective, your ability to find significance in details that others might overlook." Watson watched this exchange with the fond appreciation of someone who had long admired the mutual respect and genuine affection that characterised the relationship between Holmes and their landlady. Mrs. Hudson provided not just domestic management but also emotional stability, her presence grounding their sometimes chaotic household in routines and comforts that made everything else possible. Mr. Whitmore observed their interaction with a slightly wistful expression of someone who recognised the rare quality of their domestic arrangements. "You're fortunate to have found such an understanding landlady," he commented, as Mrs. Hudson departed with her laden tray. "Most London lodging houses operate with considerably less warmth and personal attention." Holmes settled back into his chair with the satisfied expression of someone whose evening had exceeded all reasonable expectations for entertainment and intellectual stimulation. "Mrs. Hudson is indeed irreplaceable, though I suspect she would claim that we provide her with quite enough excitement to compensate for any inconveniences we might occasionally cause. The arrangement has proved mutually beneficial for several years now. The sitting room, relieved of the tea service's formal presentation, seemed to relax into a more intimate atmosphere that encouraged continued conversation without the slight formality that china and silver inevitably imposed. The fire had settled into a steady glow that provided warmth without excessive brightness, while the gas lamps created pools of comfortable light that seemed to draw their circle closer together. Watson found himself studying Mr. Whitmore with the appraising eye he might turn on a new patient, noting the signs of genuine engagement and intellectual excitement that had replaced the earlier embarrassment and nervous tension. "Mr. Whitmore, you seem to have developed quite an enthusiasm for this investigation. I hope our theories haven't led you to commit yourself to activities that might prove professionally awkward if they fail to produce results." Mr. Whitmore's laugh carried the confidence of someone who had considered potential consequences and found them acceptable. "Dr. Watson, I've spent my entire career evaluating risks and calculating probabilities. This investigation represents a very reasonable gamble. The potential benefits of uncovering insurance fraud far outweigh the modest risks involved in making legitimate inquiries about a professional appraiser's background and associations." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression indicating both approval and curiosity about the practical aspects of their theoretical investigation. "Tell me, Mr. Whitmore, how quickly could you obtain access to the guild records we discussed? Insurance fraud investigations presumably operate under certain time pressures that might affect our approach." Mr. Whitmore considered the question with the methodical thoroughness that seemed to characterise his approach to all professional matters. "The guild maintains offices in Hatton Garden, quite near several of the dealers involved in the Pembroke acquisitions. I could arrange a visit tomorrow afternoon, ostensibly to verify Ashford's credentials for our insurance files. Such verification requests are routine enough that they shouldn't arouse any suspicion." The plan was taking shape with the satisfying precision of a well-designed mechanism, each component fitting naturally with the others to create something both elegant and effective. Watson found himself admiring the way theoretical speculation was transforming itself into practical action, guided by the kind of careful planning that characterised Holmes's most successful investigations. Experience. While you're investigating Ashford's professional background, Holmes suggested, Watson and I might explore his social associations and personal circumstances. A man's private life often reveals patterns that his professional activities carefully conceal, particularly if those activities include criminal associations. Watson nodded with the agreement of someone whose medical practice had taught him to observe the connections between people's public personas and their private realities. Social investigation can be conducted quite naturally through casual conversation at clubs, coffee houses, and other gathering places where professional men discuss their colleagues and associates. Such conversations rarely arouse suspicion, since gossip about mutual acquaintances forms a large part of London's social interaction. Mr. Whitmore was looking between Holmes and Watson with the expression of someone who was beginning to understand that he had stumbled into association with individuals whose investigative abilities extended far beyond theoretical analysis. Gentlemen, I'm beginning to realise that I may have underestimated both the complexity of this investigation and your qualifications for conducting it. Should I assume that you've had previous... With criminal investigations of this nature, Holmes's smile carried the mixture of modesty and confidence that appeared whenever someone discovered the extent of his professional activities. Mr. Whitmore, Watson and I have indeed had occasion to investigate various forms of criminal activity, though our involvement in such matters is usually rather more dramatic than the methodical approach required for insurance fraud. This case promises to provide an interesting change of pace from our more sensational adventures. The evening was settling into that perfect London rhythm where time seemed suspended between day and night, when the business of daily life had concluded, but the evening's entertainment had not yet reached its natural end. Outside, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, while inside the fire provided both warmth and the hypnotic fascination of flames dancing in response to invisible currents of air. Watson found himself thinking about the broader implications of their investigation, the way a single, forgotten umbrella had led them into consideration of complex criminal networks operating within London's legitimate business community. It's remarkable, he observed, how often criminal activity hides behind the facade of respectability and professional expertise, the very qualities that make someone effective in legitimate business attention to detail. Extensive professional networks, access to confidential information can serve equally well for criminal purposes. Holmes nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose theories were being supported by his colleagues' independent analysis. The modern criminal often succeeds not through dramatic confrontation with law enforcement, but through the patient exploitation of legitimate systems and relationships. Such criminals can operate for years without detection, particularly if they limit their activities to levels that remain below the threshold of systematic investigation. Mr. Whitmore was following their discussion with the engaged attention of someone whose professional experience provided insight into the patterns they were describing. Insurance fraud often follows exactly that pattern. Criminals who understand our procedures well enough to design schemes that exploit our standard investigative approaches, while avoiding the kind of obvious irregularities that would trigger more intensive scrutiny. The conversation had developed a satisfying intellectual depth that transformed their simple gathering into something approaching a seminar on criminal psychology and investigative methodology. The warmth of their surroundings and the comfort of good company create conditions that encouraged both serious analysis and the kind of creative speculation that sometimes produced genuine insights. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, gazing out at Baker Street's rain-soaked expanse with the contemplative expression that often preceded his most significant observations. "Look at our city," he said, his voice carrying a note of affection mixed with professional appreciation. Millions of people conducting their daily business, most of them honest and straightforward, yet providing the perfect camouflage for those few who choose to operate outside society's agreed-upon rules. Watson joined him at the window, looking out at the familiar scene transformed by rain and gaslight into something that seemed both comforting and mysterious. The gas lamps created pools of amber light that stretched into the distance, each one surrounded by a soft halo of mist that made the entire street seem touched by fairy tale magic. London provides infinite opportunities for both legitimate achievement and criminal exploitation, Watson agreed. The challenge lies in distinguishing between the two when they operate through the same systems and relationships, using the same social networks and professional connections. Mr. Whitmore remained in his chair, but his attention was clearly focused on their discussion rather than the view beyond the windows. That distinction becomes particularly difficult when dealing with professional criminals who understand legitimate business well enough to mimic its procedures and exploit its trust relationships. Such individuals can operate successfully for extended periods before their activities accumulate enough suspicious patterns to attract investigation. Holmes turned back toward the room, his expression indicating that their discussion had crystallised certain ideas that would guide their investigation, which brings us back to the question of Ashford and his potential involvement in the Pembroke theft. If our theories prove correct, he represents exactly the type of criminal we've been discussing, someone whose legitimate professional position provides both opportunity for criminal activity and protection against casual suspicion. The evening had reached that perfect point where intellectual satisfaction combined with physical comfort to create an atmosphere of complete contentment. The rain continued its steady rhythm, the fire provided gentle warmth, and their small circle had achieved the kind of harmony that made extended conversation feel effortless and natural. Watson returned to his chair with the satisfaction of someone whose mind had been thoroughly exercised by interesting problems and good company. Our investigation promises to provide an excellent test of whether careful observation and systematic analysis can uncover criminal activity that has been designed to remain invisible to conventional scrutiny. Mr. Whitmore was nodding with the enthusiasm of someone who had found himself unexpectedly involved in work that exceeded his normal professional routine in both intellectual challenge and potential significance. Gentlemen, I must say that what began as an embarrassing errand to retrieve a forgotten umbrella has developed into the most stimulating professional conversation I've had in years. Regardless of our investigation's ultimate results, this evening has reminded me why I chose a career that involves solving puzzles and uncovering hidden patterns. Holmes settled back into his chair with the contented expression of someone whose evening had provided exactly the kind of intellectual stimulation he found most satisfying. Mr. Whitmore, your enthusiasm for a systematic investigation suggests that you possess exactly the temperament needed for the kind of careful, methodical work our theories will require. Insurance fraud investigation and criminal detection share many fundamental approaches, though they operate within different legal and procedural frameworks. The conversation was winding toward its natural conclusion, though none of them seemed eager to end an evening that had provided such unexpected entertainment and intellectual reward. The rain had settled into the kind of steady, gentle rhythm that made indoor comfort feel like a special privilege, while the fire's warmth created a cocoon of contentment that insulated them from any concerns beyond their immediate circle. Mrs. Hudson reappeared at the door, her timing demonstrating once again her supernatural ability to anticipate the household's needs. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority that made her suggestions feel more like welcome guidance than domestic management. "I thought you might appreciate some additional refreshment before Mr. Whitmore ventures back into the rain. I've prepared a light supper that should provide proper fortification for the journey home." The offer was clearly both practical and thoughtful, acknowledging that their guest would need to travel through London's wet streets, while providing a graceful way to extend an evening that all of them had found unexpectedly rewarding. Mr. Whitmore's expression showed grateful acceptance, mixed with the slight embarrassment of someone who realised he had imposed on his host's hospitality far longer than originally intended. "Mrs. Hudson, you're extremely kind," he said, rising from his chair with a courtesy that marked him as a gentleman of the old school, though I confess to feeling somewhat guilty about transforming a simple errand into such an extended social visit. "I came here expecting a brief, awkward conversation about a forgotten umbrella, and instead found myself involved in what amounts to a criminal investigation planning session." Holmes waved away his concern with the dismissive gesture of someone who considered extended intellectual conversation to be one of life's greatest pleasures rather than any form of imposition. Mr. Whitmore, you've provided us with exactly the kind of stimulating evening we most appreciate. A forgotten umbrella that leads to insurance fraud investigation represents precisely the sort of elegant connection between ordinary events and extraordinary implications that makes London life endlessly fascinating. Watson found himself reflecting on the evening's development from simple, domestic routine into complex criminal speculation, noting how naturally their conversation had evolved from casual observation to systematic planning. It's remarkable how often the most significant investigations begin with the smallest, most apparently insignificant details, he observed. A forgotten umbrella becomes the key to understanding criminal networks that might otherwise remain invisible. The supper Mrs. Hudson had prepared proved to be another demonstration of her exceptional domestic management. Simple food, prepared with attention to both nutrition and presentation, served with the kind of thoughtful efficiency that made even impromptu meals feel like planned hospitality. Cold chicken, fresh bread, a selection of cheeses, and fruit arranged on her second-best china created a light but satisfying meal that perfectly complemented their evening's activities. As they shared the simple supper, their conversation continued to explore the theoretical aspects of their planned investigation, though with a relaxed tone that marked the transition from active planning to satisfied reflection on work well begun. The rain had settled into a steady, gentle rhythm that provided a natural soundtrack for continued discussion, while the fire's warmth created an atmosphere of intimacy that encouraged confidential conversation. "I find myself wondering, Mr. Whitmore said, accepting a piece of Mrs. Hudson's excellent bread with gratitude, whether our investigation might uncover criminal activities that extend beyond the Pembroke theft. If Ashford has been using his professional position to facilitate jewellery thefts, it seems unlikely that he would limit himself to a single criminal enterprise." Holmes nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose own thoughts had been following similar lines. Criminal networks that operate through legitimate business relationships often prove to be more extensive than their individual crimes might suggest. An appraiser with Ashford's access to information and professional contacts could potentially support multiple criminal enterprises while maintaining the appearance of complete respectability. Watson was thinking about the broader implications of criminal activity hidden within London's legitimate business community, the way trust relationships that made commerce possible could be exploited by those who understood how to abuse rather than honour them. The jewellery trade depends on trust relationships built over generations, he observed. Someone who systematically betrays that trust could cause damage that extends far beyond the immediate victims of specific crimes. The evening was approaching its natural conclusion, though none of them seemed eager to end a gathering that had provided such unexpected entertainment and intellectual stimulation. Mr. Whitmore would need to venture back into London's rain-soaked streets, but their investigation would continue tomorrow, with the systematic exploration of theories they had developed during their comfortable hours around the Baker Street fire. Mrs. Hudson began clearing the supper dishes with the quiet efficiency that characterised all her domestic activities, her movements suggesting both satisfaction with the evening's hospitality and anticipation of restoring her household to its normal routines. "Gentlemen," she said, "I do hope your investigation proves successful. It would be most satisfying to know that a simple forgotten umbrella led to uncovering criminal activities that might otherwise have continued indefinitely." Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the umbrella stand, lifting Mr. Whitmore's recovered property with the respectful attention he might give to an important piece of evidence. "Mr. Whitmore," he said, extending the umbrella with a slight ceremonial flourish, "I believe this belongs to you. Though I must say, it has proved to be one of the most eloquent witnesses we've ever encountered in a criminal investigation." Mr. Whitmore accepted his umbrella with the expression of someone who would never again view this ordinary object as merely functional. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I suspect I'll never be able to carry this umbrella without remembering this evening and the remarkable investigation it initiated, though I suppose that's appropriate. My father would have been delighted to know that his umbrella played a role in uncovering criminal activity." Watson found himself smiling at the poetic justice of the situation, the way an object associated with Victorian respectability and proper preparation had become instrumental in exposing criminal activity that exploited those same social values. There's something particularly satisfying about using the symbols of a legitimate society to uncover activities that corrupt a legitimate society's trust relationships. The farewells were conducted with the warmth that develops between people who have shared unexpected intellectual adventure, mixed with the anticipation of continued collaboration in pursuit of significant goals. Mr. Whitmore's departure into the rain-soaked night carried with it the promise of systematic investigation beginning tomorrow, while Holmes and Watson settled back into their chairs with the satisfaction of an evening well spent. "Well, Watson," Holmes said, reaching for his pipe with the contentment of someone whose mind had been thoroughly exercised by interesting problems, "I believe we can consider this evening a complete success. A forgotten umbrella has provided us with entertainment, intellectual stimulation, and the prospect of an investigation that promises to test our abilities against criminal activity of considerable sophistication." Watson leaned back in his chair, with the relaxed posture of someone whose expectations for the evening had been thoroughly exceeded. "It's remarkable how often the most significant cases begin with the most ordinary circumstances," he observed. "Though I suppose that's one of the things that makes your work so fascinating, the ability to recognise extraordinary implications hidden within apparently mundane events." The sitting room settled back into its normal evening rhythm, though with the added satisfaction that came from productive work and interesting company. The fire continued its gentle warmth, the rain maintained its steady percussion against the windows, and London beyond their walls continued its complex symphony of urban life, unaware that a forgotten umbrella had set in motion an investigation that might expose criminal networks operating within its most respectable business communities. Holmes lit his pipe with the deliberate ceremony that marked the transition from active investigation to reflective contemplation, the familiar ritual providing punctuation for an evening that had moved seamlessly from domestic routine to criminal theory to practical planning. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice carrying the anticipation of someone looking forward to applying theoretical insights to real-world problems, "we begin the systematic exploration of our theories about Mr. Ashford and his potential criminal associations." Watson found himself looking forward to their investigation with the enthusiasm that always accompanied Holmes's most promising cases, though this one promised to be different from their usual dramatic adventures. "This investigation will require patience and systematic observation, rather than dramatic confrontation," he noted, "though I suspect it may prove equally satisfying in its own way." The rain outside had developed into what Londoners called a proper shower, steady, persistent, but without the violence of a true storm. It was the kind of rain that transformed the city into something from a watercolour painting, softening edges and creating atmospheric effects that made even the most familiar streets seem touched by mystery. Gas lamps bloomed through the mist like amber flowers, their light creating pools of warmth that drew pedestrians from shadow to shadow in a kind of urban choreography. Mrs. Hudson had returned to her kitchen, but the sound of her quiet activities drifted up through the floorboards like a domestic lullaby. The gentle clatter of dishes being washed and put away, the soft footsteps that spoke of someone moving through familiar routines with the efficiency that comes from years of practice. These sounds had become part of Baker Street's evening symphony, as comforting and reliable as the tick of the mantel clock or the occasional settling of old timber in the walls. Holmes's pipe smoke curled upward in contemplative spirals, creating temporary patterns in the air that seemed to mirror the detective's thought processes, complex, ever-changing, but following hidden rules that only he fully understood. "You know, Watson," he said, his voice carrying the reflective tone that often emerged during their quieter moments, "it occurs to me that this evening represents something rather special in our partnership." Watson looked up from his own contemplation of the fire, curious about the direction of Holmes's thoughts. "How so?" "We've spent the evening engaged in pure intellectual exercise," Holmes explained, "solving a mystery for the simple pleasure of solving it, without any of the urgency or danger that usually accompanies our investigations. No one's life hangs in the balance, no criminal masterminds threaten the fabric of society. just the gentle satisfaction of watching careful reasoning reveal hidden patterns in ordinary events. Watson found himself nodding in agreement, recognising the truth in Holmes's observation. There's something deeply satisfying about investigation conducted in such circumstances, he agreed. It allows the mind to work freely without the pressure of immediate consequences or the distraction of personal danger. The evening had indeed possessed a quality that set it apart from their more typical adventures. The combination of comfortable surroundings, interesting company, and a puzzle that engaged their minds without threatening their safety had created conditions that allowed their intellectual partnership to flourish in ways that more dramatic circumstances sometimes prevented. Outside their windows, London continued its nightly transformation. The last of the day's commercial activity had given way to the city's more contemplative evening rhythms. Public houses glowed with warm light and the sound of conversation, while theatres prepared for their evening performances. In the better neighbourhoods, drawing rooms filled with the soft murmur of dinner party conversation, while in the working districts families gathered around coal fires to share simple meals and the day's stories. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to his violin case, though he didn't immediately remove the instrument. Instead, he stood for a moment with his hand resting on the case's polished surface, as though considering whether music might provide a fitting conclusion to their evening's intellectual exercise. "I think not tonight," he said apparently, deciding against the violin. "There are evenings when music enhances thought, and others when thought itself provides sufficient harmony. Tonight, I believe, falls into the latter category." Watson understood completely. The evening had achieved its own natural rhythm and harmony through the flow of conversation and the gradual development of their investigation. To add music now might disturb rather than enhance the satisfied contentment that had settled over their sitting room like a comfortable blanket. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals that radiated steady warmth without the dancing flames of earlier in the evening. This was the perfect stage of a fire for quiet contemplation, warm enough to keep the room comfortable, but calm enough to encourage reflection rather than active observation. The gas lamps too had been turned down slightly, creating a softer, more intimate atmosphere that seemed to encourage the kind of peaceful thoughts that prepared the mind for sleep. "I find myself thinking about the broader implications of tonight's discoveries," Watson said, settling deeper into his chair with the satisfaction of someone whose mind had been thoroughly exercised by interesting problems. "If our theories about Ashford prove correct, it suggests that criminal activity may be far more integrated into legitimate business than most people realise." Holmes nodded, his expression indicating that his own thoughts had been moving along similar lines. The traditional view of crime sees it as something that operates outside normal society, in the shadows and margins where honest people fear to venture. But if Ashford represents a broader pattern, then criminal activity may be woven into the very fabric of legitimate commerce, hidden not in dark alleys but in respectable offices. The observation carried implications that extended far beyond their immediate investigation. If criminal activity could hide so successfully within legitimate business, then the traditional methods of law enforcement, which focused on obvious crimes committed by obvious criminals, might be inadequate to address more sophisticated forms of wrongdoing. It makes one wonder, Watson mused, how many other professionals in positions of trust might be exploiting their access to confidential information for criminal purposes. Bankers who know their clients' financial circumstances, lawyers who understand their clients' legal vulnerabilities, doctors who are aware of their patients' personal secrets. All of these professions require trust and provide opportunities for abuse. Holmes's expression grew thoughtful as he considered the implications of Watson's observation. "Trust is indeed the foundation upon which civilization rests," he agreed. "When that trust is systematically betrayed by those in positions of authority and expertise, the damage extends far beyond the immediate victims to the social fabric itself." The conversation had taken on a philosophical depth that transformed their simple evening gathering into something approaching a meditation on the nature of society and the responsibilities that came with professional expertise. The rain continued its gentle accompaniment, while the warmth of their fire created a cocoon of contemplation that seemed to encourage such reflections. Mrs. Hudson appeared briefly at the doorway, her expression suggesting a mixture of affection and mild concern as she observed her tenants deep in what appeared to be serious conversation. "Gentlemen," she said softly, "I'll be retiring for the evening. Please don't stay up too late. Morning has a way of arriving whether one is prepared for it or not." Holmes and Watson both looked up with the slightly startled expressions of men who had become so absorbed in conversation that they had lost track of time. "Of course, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied. "Thank you for a perfect evening's hospitality. Your contributions to both the domestic comfort and intellectual progress of this household continue to exceed all reasonable expectations." She smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose efforts were properly appreciated, then disappeared back into the domestic regions of the building, leaving Holmes and Watson to their contemplations. The sound of her footsteps faded gradually, replaced by the gentle settling sounds that marked a well-run household preparing for sleep. "She's quite right, of course," Watson said, though he made no immediate move to retire. "But there's something about evenings like this that makes one reluctant to bring them to an end. The combination of intellectual satisfaction and domestic comfort creates a kind of perfect contentment that seems worth preserving as long as possible." Holmes understood completely. There were evenings when sleep seemed like an interruption rather than a natural conclusion, when the mind was so pleasantly engaged and the surroundings so perfectly comfortable that the thought of transitioning to unconsciousness felt almost wasteful. Perhaps Holmes suggested we might allow ourselves a few more minutes of reflection before acknowledging the wisdom of Mrs. Hudson's counsel. The fire still provides warmth, the rain continues its soothing rhythm, and our investigation awaits tomorrow's systematic exploration. Watson settled back into his chair with renewed contentment, grateful for the extension of an evening that had exceeded all his expectations for entertainment and intellectual stimulation. The sitting room seemed to exhale around them, every object and shadow contributing to an atmosphere of perfect peace and satisfaction. Outside, London gradually settled into its own nighttime rhythms. The last omnibuses made their final runs, their bells creating distant music as they navigated the wet streets. Public houses began their closing routines, while the gas lamps continued their steady vigil over empty sidewalks that gleamed with reflected light. In the better neighbourhoods, drawing-room windows glowed with the warm light of after-dinner conversations, while in working-class districts, families gathered around coal fires to share the day's experiences before retiring to bed. Holmes reached for his pipe again, though more from habit than any real desire for tobacco. The familiar weight of the briar in his hand provided a kind of anchor to the present moment, a physical connection to the comfortable reality of their sitting room, while his mind continued to explore the theoretical implications of their evening's discoveries. "I'm curious," Watson said, "about what tomorrow will bring. Will our investigation prove as satisfying as tonight's speculation, or will the reality of systematic inquiry prove less entertaining than the pleasure of theoretical construction?" Holmes considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "There's always a risk," he admitted, "that detailed investigation will diminish rather than enhance the elegant theories we've constructed this evening. Reality has a way of being more complicated and less satisfying than our best hypotheses suggest. On the other hand," Watson countered, "there's the possibility that systematic investigation will reveal patterns and connections even more interesting than those we've imagined. The Pembroke theft may prove to be merely the visible portion of criminal activity that extends far beyond what we've yet conceived." The fire settled deeper into its bed of coals, sending up occasional sparks that danced briefly in the warm air before disappearing into the chimney's darkness. Each small flare created momentary patterns of light and shadow that seemed to mirror the way ideas emerge from the background of their conversation, briefly illuminated, then fading back into the general flow of thought and speculation. Holmes found himself thinking about the nature of investigation itself, the way careful observation and systematic reasoning could transform apparently random events into meaningful patterns. "You know, Watson," he said, "tonight has reminded me why I chose this particular path in life. The satisfaction of watching chaos resolve itself into order of discovering that what appears random actually follows hidden rules. There's something deeply satisfying about such discoveries. Watson nodded with the understanding of someone who had observed Holmes's investigative methods at close range for years. It's the same satisfaction that drives scientific research, he observed. The conviction that beneath the apparent complexity of natural phenomena lie simple, elegant principles that can be discovered through careful observation and systematic analysis. The comparison between criminal investigation and scientific research was one that had occurred to both men before, though it felt particularly apt tonight. Their evening's work had followed the classic scientific method: observation, hypothesis formation, theoretical development, and the design of experiments to test their theories. That their laboratory happened to be a comfortable sitting room and their experimental subjects human beings rather than chemical compounds didn't diminish the essential similarity of their approach. Perhaps that's why this evening has felt so satisfying, Holmes mused. We've been able to practice pure investigation, unconstrained by the urgency and danger that usually accompanies our cases. Like scientists working in an ideal laboratory, we've had the luxury of careful thought and systematic analysis. The rain had settled into an even more gentle rhythm, the kind of steady precipitation that London's residents learn to appreciate rather than endure. It was rain that would continue through the night, transforming the city into something soft and dreamlike by morning, washing the streets clean and leaving the air fresh and sweet with the promise of new possibilities. Watson found himself thinking about the broader significance of their evening's work, the way a simple forgotten umbrella had generated insights into criminal, behaviour, professional responsibility, and the hidden networks that connected London's legitimate and illegitimate activities. It's remarkable, he said, how often the most significant discoveries begin with the most ordinary observations. A forgotten umbrella becomes the key to understanding criminal networks that might otherwise remain invisible. Holmes's expression suggested that he found this observation both accurate and philosophically significant. Perhaps that's the true secret of effective investigation, he said. Not the ability to see extraordinary things, but the ability to recognise the extraordinary significance of ordinary things. The sitting room had achieved that perfect balance of warmth and comfort that made any other location seem less desirable by comparison. The combination of soft lighting, gentle heat from the fire, and the secure feeling that came from being safely indoors while weather continued outside created an atmosphere that seemed designed for contemplation and quiet conversation. Mrs. Hudson's earlier suggestion about retiring began to seem more compelling as the evening wound toward its natural conclusion. The satisfaction of work well done combined with the physical comfort of their surroundings to create the kind of pleasant exhaustion that promised deep, restful sleep. Yet neither man seemed quite ready to break the spell that had settled over their gathering. "I suppose," Watson said eventually, "we should acknowledge the wisdom of Mrs. Hudson's counsel and allow this evening to reach its natural conclusion. Tomorrow will bring the practical work of investigation, but tonight has provided the theoretical foundation that will guide our efforts." Holmes nodded with the reluctant agreement of someone who recognised necessity while regretting the need to abandon perfect contentment. "You're quite right, of course, and there is something to be said for ending an evening at precisely the moment when it has achieved perfect satisfaction, rather than allowing it to continue until diminishing returns set in." The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing embers that would continue to radiate gentle heat through the early hours of the morning, ensuring that their sitting room would remain comfortable, even as the outside temperature dropped with the advance of night. The gas lamps could be turned down to their lowest settings, providing just enough light for safe navigation while conserving fuel and creating the kind of soft illumination that encouraged sleep. Holmes rose from his chair with the measured movements of someone transitioning from active engagement to the quieter rhythms of preparing for rest. "Watson," he said, "I want to thank you for an evening that has reminded me why our partnership has proved so enduringly satisfying. The combination of your medical training and my investigative methods creates insights that neither of us could achieve alone." Watson stood as well, touched by the unexpected formality of Holmes's gratitude. "The pleasure has been entirely mutual," he replied. "Tonight has demonstrated once again why our collaboration continues to generate results that exceed what either of us might accomplish independently. The mutual appreciation was genuine and deeply felt, though expressed with the restrained courtesy that characterised their friendship. Years of partnership had created a bond that rarely required explicit acknowledgement, but occasionally, on evenings like this, the depth of their mutual respect and affection seemed worth stating directly. They moved through the familiar routines of securing their sitting room for the night, banking the fire, turning down the gas lamps, ensuring that windows were properly latched against the continuing rain. These domestic rituals had been refined through years of shared residence, creating a choreography of preparation that required no discussion or coordination. As they prepared to retire to their respective chambers, Holmes paused at the door of the sitting room for a final look at the scene of their evening's intellectual adventure. The umbrella stand stood empty now, its mysterious occupant restored to its rightful owner, but the memory of the investigation it had generated would remain as one of their most perfectly satisfying collaborative efforts. "Good night, Watson," Holmes said, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone whose day had concluded exactly as it should. "Tomorrow we begin the practical application of tonight's theories, but for now we can rest in the knowledge that we've spent an evening exactly as intelligent men should in the pursuit of truth through careful reasoning and systematic analysis." "Good night, Holmes," Watson replied, equally satisfied with the evening's achievements. "May your dreams be filled with elegantly resolved mysteries and criminal networks exposed through the patient application of logic and observation." The sitting room settled into the peaceful quiet that marked the end of Baker Street's daily activities. The fire continued its gentle glow, the rain maintained its soothing rhythm against the windows, and the gas lamps provided just enough light to create a sense of security without disrupting the natural progression towards sleep. Outside, London completed its own transition from day to night. The last hansoms made their way through empty streets, their horses' hooves creating rhythmic music against wet cobblestones. Gas lamplighters had finished their rounds, leaving the city illuminated by thousands of amber flames that created a landscape of light and shadow that seemed touched by magic. In the distance, the great clock of Big Ben struck the hour, its deep notes carrying across the sleeping city like a benediction. The sound seemed to settle over Baker Street like a gentle blanket, marking the official end of a day that had begun with ordinary domestic routine and concluded with the promise of criminal investigation. The rain continued its patient work, washing London's streets clean and preparing the city for tomorrow's activities. By morning, the cobblestones would gleam like polished stones, the air would be fresh and sweet with the promise of new possibilities, and Holmes and Watson would wake to begin the systematic exploration of theories developed during their perfect evening of intellectual collaboration. Mrs. Hudson's household settled into its nighttime rhythms, every room and corridor filled with the particular peace that comes to places where good work has been done and satisfaction has been earned through honest effort. The building itself seemed to exhale contentment, its old timbers and weathered brick walls holding the memory of countless such evenings, moments when ordinary events revealed extraordinary significance, when careful observation generated profound insights, and when the simple pleasure of intellectual companionship created memories that would last long after the rain had stopped and the mysteries had been solved. And so ended a rainy evening at 221B Baker Street, where the smallest details could generate the largest implications, where domestic comfort provided the perfect setting for criminal investigation, and where a simple forgotten umbrella had transformed ordinary routine into extraordinary adventure. The rain continued its gentle lullaby, the fire settled into glowing contentment, and London prepared for sleep, unaware that tomorrow would bring investigation set in motion by tonight's perfect combination of observation, deduction, and comfortable conversation around a Baker Street fire. In the quiet hours that followed, as Holmes and Watson slept peacefully in their respective chambers, the sitting room maintained its vigil over the memory of their evening's work. The empty umbrella stand stood sentinel beside the door, while the chairs retained the impression of their occupants, and the fire gradually faded to ash and memory. But the ideas generated during those comfortable hours of conversation would survive the night and emerge in the morning as the foundation for systematic investigation that might expose criminal networks operating within London's most respectable business communities. The forgotten umbrella had fulfilled its destiny as catalyst for discovery, proving once again that in the hands of sufficiently observant minds, even the most ordinary objects could become keys to extraordinary revelations. The rain drummed its final rhythm against the windows of Baker Street. London settled into dreams, and the perfect evening drew to its natural close, leaving behind memories of intellectual satisfaction and the promise of adventures yet to come. Sleep well, dear listeners. Let the gentle rain of Victorian London carry you toward peaceful dreams, where mysteries resolve themselves with the elegant simplicity of careful reasoning, and where every forgotten umbrella might hide the beginning of an extraordinary story. Until we meet again in the soft-spoken tales of What If Sleep Storian, may your rest be as comfortable as a fireside chair on Baker Street, and your dreams as satisfying as a puzzle perfectly solved.